Sorry about the delay here. Open up the public hearing on House Bill 1444, and I see a prime sponsor. Good morning, Representative Moffett. And I have a gavel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Get right to it. For the record, again, I am Representative Mike Moffett from Merrimack District 4, that is Canterbury and Loudoun. And if you're following the Russian-Ukrainian war somewhat, you've seen that hundreds of thousands of drones have been deployed there, many sizes, shapes, and capabilities. And drones are ubiquitous over there. They're everywhere. They're the future, which means we need to think about some new regulatory needs that didn't exist not that long ago. To quickly personalize this a little bit, I came home to Loudoun one night 2 years ago and went out in my back deck. It was dark, and a tree overlooking my backyard had something in it was flashing all these different lights, and I was astounded. I had no idea what it was, and it was unsettling. And I actually contacted the police. Police came, and we went out and looked at it, and it was a drone. That's what was making all the lights, and so we eventually got it down from the tree. Very, very unsettling. I didn't know what it was. So I gave it to Scott Wallace. Most of you know Scott, Honorable Scott Wallace. He was vice chairing Judiciary Committee at the time, but Scott is a mechanic technician, so he broke down the drone and he took it home, broke it down, sent me video of my house. This drone was flying around my house, taking video of my house or neighborhood. Which brings us to Communist China, which subsidizes its drone manufacturing, which drives competing Western manufacturers out of the market. They do that in a number of ways, a number of fields to include the drone. The U.S. Senate Intelligence Committee warns that the Chinese collect images, surprise, surprise, and other data from their spy drones, giving them a richly detailed picture of our nation's infrastructure. So the problem is that so many U.S. governments of different levels and businesses utilize drones. Drones, like I said, are everywhere now. And the Chinese-related the drones with Chinese components are relatively inexpensive, and they work. They're very effective. So federal and state authorities have moved to restrict the import of Chinese drones and components through federal action via the 2024-2025 National Defense Authorization Acts, and also at the state level. Some states are ahead of others. Arkansas, Mississippi, Florida, Tennessee, and Nebraska in particular have been working this issue. Recently, the FCC, Federal Communications Commission, limited the import of new models of Chinese-made drones and critical drone components. The FCC claims that, quote, UAS, that's unmanned aircraft systems, are inherently dual use. They are both commercial platforms and potentially military or paramilitary sensors and weapons. UAS and UAS critical components, including data transmission devices, communication systems, flight controllers, ground control stations, controllers, navigation systems, batteries, smart batteries, and motors produced in a foreign country could enable persistent surveillance, data exfiltration, and destructive operations over U.S. territory, including over World Cup and Olympic venues coming up, and other mass gathering events. U.S. cybersecurity and critical infrastructure guidance has repeatedly highlighted how foreign manufactured UAS can be used to harvest sensitive data, used to enable remote unauthorized access, or disable at will via software updates, unquote. That's from the FCC. So these drones are everywhere. Some of you may remember there was a Chinese spy balloon, sort of was, big old spy balloon flying across our country. So everybody could see that. But a lot of drones are the size of this, and the one that was in the tree behind my house was very small. And so they're easy to miss. So while the drone situation is in flux, current rules in effect until the end of this year, 2026, encourage the purchase of drones that have been cleared by the federal government that are primarily made in the U.S. So HB 1444 right here gives us a chance to move away from reliance on drones that present a threat to our security. And I'm speaking specifically of Chinese drones. To promote, and that, by the way, that's not to say that other countries or unfriendly actors couldn't also use UAS systems to our detriment. So we want to avoid the purchase of drones for which replacement parts and support may be unavailable after December 31st of this year, 2026. So HB 1444 ensures that any drone purchased by a New Hampshire governmental unit after January 1st, 2028, so almost 2 years from now, by that time, no drone purchases in New Hampshire unless they're deemed safe. This bill, I'll list quickly 5 things. Number 1, it defines a drone, or UAS, unmanned aircraft system, is page 1. 2, it requires the Department of Safety in consultation with the Department of Administrative Services to create a list of quote-unquote approved drones that are not subject to being turned into vehicles for spy drones, or to be used for sabotage operations by foreign actors. And this list that we're looking to have developed will include 2 things. Drones determined by federal authorities to be safe, and other drones that the department determines are designed and operated in a manner that they are not subject to transmitting data to unauthorized entities. Number 3, the approved list will be created in collaboration with experts in drones and cybersecurity. 4, beginning January 1st, 2028, no state funds can be used to purchase a drone other than an approved drone, nor can any political subdivision of the state purchase such a drone. And again, that's on page 1, line 16, 17, and 26 to 28. And finally, number 5, with regard to 1448, this bill does not immediately affect the ability of government agencies to continue to use their current drone fleets now in 2026, and even beyond that into 2027. So I earlier emailed committee members these notes and other information. Vice Chair confirmed that he received them, so the email worked. And finally, I want to be careful what I say about the FN. It does have an FN fiscal note. There's some dollar issues as this moves forward, if it moves forward in some fashion. But I do want to say, I just had a conversation with somebody outside, projected drone costs, we really think will come down as domestic, American manufacturers start to manufacture them in bulk. This is Commerce Committee. Y'all understand about, supply and demand. So once we start making a lot of drones, which we got away from because we were undercut by the Chinese, those prices should come down. But again, I'm not OLS, and I'm not going to get into the FN too much, other than I know you will, and that's a concern. And my only point is I and many of us believe that the cost of drones will come down. So that's our intro, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions. There will be some experts coming up behind me as well.
Okay. Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question about the fiscal note, and you talk about the price, the cost of drones going down, but in the fiscal note, they also talk about other expenses. And number 1, you just talked about needing people who have expertise in this field. They talked about more staff being met. There's going to be costs to administer this. So even if they're at the bottom end of this, where is this money going to come and how is it going to impact the general fund?
Excellent question. Thank you for that. And I knew when I finished off by touching on an FN that I was wading into some territory that could be problematical. Yeah, my point was about the cost of the drones, but what you point out about personnel and those other costs, very good point. And that certainly impacts the FN as well. And, you know, as more and better financial information and projections becomes available, I'm sure that'll come to the legislature. But yes, that's a very good point. There's much more to the FN than just the cost of the drones, which I do think are going to go down. But as you point out, there's more to it than that.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. Did you or Rep. Wallace ever determine or discover who owned the drone that crashed into your yard?
He still has it, actually. I when I put some notes together last night, I thought, of course, Representative Wallace is not in the legislature this term. He's got it, and I need to circle back to him and ask him, now that I'm kind of in the drone world, I want to ask him if he can tell where it came from, because he's a mechanic and a technician. He would know that. So I need to circle back. Good question. And what's that drone doing now? What's Scott doing with it? Yeah, good question.
Representative McAleer.
I'm just curious, this doesn't necessarily exclude Chinese drones? They would just have to be approved? Because I bought several toy drones, and every one of them was made in China, I'm pretty sure.
Sure. Well, there'll be folks following me who may be able to speak to that better, but as I understand it, there are some components that are probably safe, and if they are part of the manufacturing mix and they're deemed safe, presumably they'll be approved, to use the word in the bill. The problem with some components, though, is that with the technology we have today, it's not hard. Like, we all have cell phones that as small as they are, we can be tracked all over the country, wherever we go. Law enforcement does it all the time. So just a tiny component can be inserted into some part of a drone that could, location indicator, which would, not even a camera, but a location indicator could be important to whoever's like tracking where their drones are going. So so your question about components, someone is going to follow me who can better speak to that. But I think some drone components can and will be approved and deemed safe.
Okay. Yes, Susan, sorry.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. I'm trying to understand the list. I think there would be a lot of administrative overhead with creating the list. So my question is, wouldn't parts of the federal government already have a list of approved components? So wouldn't we just be able to reference that list instead of trying to maintain our own? Because I'm sure that will change, and they will have, do you feel they will have the expertise to be able to maintain that list, and we should just be able to reference it? And if there's not, is that something that we would want to work with the appropriate federal departments to try to pull together? Thank you.
Sure, that's a very good point. And we don't need to reinvent the wheel as I see it. I know the bill does call for actions and to compile lists, which takes time and energy, and there's a cost to that. But I know, I'm sure on the federal side, there's all kinds of information already compiled. And also states, I listed like 5 states earlier that are at the forefront. Arkansas, for example, is one. So if some states like Arkansas or Nebraska have already done the due diligence in terms of looking at some of the costs and making lists, then I don't know that we would need to replicate what's already been done. So that's a very good point.
Well, let me just follow up on that. Doesn't the FAA already regulate these drones? And don't we have all kinds of federal regulations already on the books?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a really interesting point because one would think the FAA would regulate all kinds of stuff that's flying around, and they do. But what they mostly have done and do is regulate airplanes and helicopters, rotary and fixed wing. The drone that flew into the tree by my house got under the FAA's radar apparently, and I think that because drones are ubiquitous, I mean, there are toys that are out there, and some of them are very small, and they're used, locally. In the FAA, when there are hundreds of thousands, literally, in Ukraine or here, tens of thousands of drones out there, I'm not sure how well the FAA can. I'm sure they have some. You're not supposed to fly drones near an airport, not clearly. But beyond that, that's a good question that we need to find out more about is what the FAA has in place and what they maybe should have in place vis-a-vis drones.
Okay, so this bill's going to need a lot of study and time to work on it. Representative Burr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. One other point, as the chair talked about the federal list, my understanding is that the drones that are on the federal list, the ones that are approved are significantly more expensive than the ones that we have in New Hampshire. Have you looked into that at all?
I haven't spent a whole lot of time on that, and I am going to defer. I know there's at least one or two folks going to follow me here that have been. It's their world. They're immersed in drone technology and drone capabilities and drone issues, and I'm sure they can give you a real good answer.
Representative Sullivan.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just curious if there's maybe somebody behind you knows, but is there a standard definition of what a drone is? Because I got a remote control helicopter for Christmas. That's probably not a drone, but maybe it would be. I don't know.
Yeah, the bill does have a definition of a UAS and also a drone, but that's an important part of our legislation is to make sure that we're clear on what is a drone. And that may be answered better by someone who's going to follow me, because there are toys that are out there, as I mentioned earlier, and are they considered drones? So some definition there. Maybe before this hearing's over, you'll have some great definition of that. Good question. What is a drone? That's a very important question. Yes.
Needless to say, we will have a subcommittee on this, and we'll kind of drill down on this stuff. Representative Chubis.
So I have a question. So my question is that at present, are any states they have implemented this? And the follow-up will be that if so, then can we collaborate with those states and get the list, and instead of doing everything at our state level, can we collaborate with them?
Yes, thank you for that. I kind of touched on that a little bit earlier in terms of other states that have already been doing work in this, and actually other countries as well. Drones impact every other country. So yes, I think there's a lot of potential for us to not reinvent the wheel and get data and lists and technical information that's already out there so that we don't have to have, New Hampshire people do what's already available. Does that kind of touch on what you were asking?
Yeah, but are there a lot of states? I mean, do you know how many states have already done it?
Yeah, I listed 5. Arkansas, Nebraska, and three others are in my testimony, which I emailed to you. And again, I think that's makes a lot of sense to see who's already done what, and if their research and their numbers are viable, then that makes our job easier, in my view.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Spear.
Thank you. We've gone around on a lot of comments here, so I've got a little bit lost. My understanding is this only applies to government entities of some sort or municipalities of some sort. It doesn't apply to, let's say, if I'm a farmer and I want to investigate my fields, it doesn't apply to them. It doesn't apply to kids with toy drones. It only applies to the government entities that you call out in here. Is that true?
Thank you for that. The bill specifically mentions government entities, and there are obviously private sector scenarios, and we talked about toys, and so there needs to be a little bit of definition there. And there'll be at least one gentleman following behind me who is, like I said earlier, has been immersed in this and is a true expert in what's happening and can happen in the drone world. And I'm sure he'll give you a good answer.
Perfect. Thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, so is
Thank you,
that, who would you like to have next? Who's the expert on this?
Tom, this handsome gentleman right there is an expert.
Okay, so Tom Rawlings, okay, State Shield.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Tom Rawlings, TOMRAWLINGS, and I came in from Atlanta today. Glad to be here. I'm with an organization called State Shield. I have become an expert in the last few years. When State Shield was formed, it's a nonprofit. It was formed by a fellow named Joe Gebbia, who became very concerned about the issue of the threat from the Chinese Communist Party and from just undermining both our individual and human rights, both in China and certainly here, and their support of a lot of hostile work going on around the world. So this issue is part of our work in terms of defending the country and educating legislatures and governors and others about the threat from China and other hostile entities. Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Representative McAleer. So good morning. I want to hit on a couple of things. I don't want to take up too much time. I kind of want to respond to maybe some of the questions that were raised. Representative Spear, I think it was, or Representative Burrows, I'm not sure which one of you raised the issue of the expense. Okay. You raised the issue of the expense. Certainly at this point, and I think my friend from the state police will agree with this, and I've talked to law enforcement all around the country, there is a concern that these U.S. manufactured drones right now are more expensive. I do want to reiterate that the reason that we don't have less expensive domestically manufactured drones is because in about 2015, the Chinese government saw the drone industry as an opportunity to exert its military prowess around the world. And so the government subsidized their drone industry tremendously, really essentially driving everyone else out. Now that the federal government, especially the president, currently has issued an executive order encouraging drone manufacturing here, I think we are going to get back to a point where our drones that are either manufactured here or are manufactured by true market economies, our neighbors in Europe and Canada, are in fact competitive, which is why we have until 2028. I think prices are going to come down significantly. I also want to note that a number of you have raised the issue of, and I think Lieutenant Storm is going to raise the issue as well. I understand it. We don't want to create a big burden for the state in doing this, but there are federal guidelines. There are organizations that have put out lists of drones that have been approved. Other states have gone through this process and are continuing to go through this process now. And one of the reasons that we put in the bill that the list can include drones that are, excuse me, I have it here, otherwise determined to present no threat to the security of the state, and that can be designed, maintained, modified, or operated in a manner that they don't represent a threat. We firmly believe that we don't have I don't care where the drone is manufactured, honestly. What I care about is whether or not that drone can be used against its governmental owner, against law enforcement. to spy on critical infrastructure. There are methods that can be used to make sure these drones are operated without sending that kind of information. If that's something that can be come up with, that's great. There may be future developments in where we take some of the existing drones and we change out the software. We're all for that. The point being that we do need to create, along with, use all the lists that are there, use the technology that's out there, use what the federal authorities are giving us to make sure that the drones that are purchased for governmental use in this state and in other states are those that won't be turned against us in terms of spying on water systems, critical infrastructure, dams. People aren't transmitting data back to honestly, for military purposes to be used in China. I think I hope I hit the questions that I heard. If there are other questions, I'm happy to take them.
Okay, Representative Burrows, and then.
Just quick, and you touched on this, how effective is the U.S. in terms of thwarting the spying, particularly in military type installations?
So here's the dilemma. Every day it seems we hear of a new infiltration from a cyber attack of some sort from China. I think that the Chinese government, not the Chinese people, but the Chinese government has been so effective in encouraging, perhaps even requiring its manufacturers to put back doors into everything they're doing, that it is a constant battle. It's a whack-a-mole situation. Drones are just part of that. We know that there have been the cameras at ports can send details back to China. We know that some of our electrical equipment that we import has kill switches in it. You've heard of kill switches in some of the solar panels. This is an alternative type of warfare, honestly.
Thank you for that. And is it possible for them to get the Epstein files?
They probably already have them.
Okay, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in to our state and giving us your testimony. I'm not necessarily against making it more difficult for the government to own drones.
Right.
A couple questions here. The word preferred, I just lost the line. Line 16 on page 2. If you could just define who determines what is preferred and what isn't preferred.
Right now we have certain lists of drones. For example, the Blue UAS program, which is I think you pointed out, they are more expensive, but they have been cleared by the federal government. And so until we get to a point where the state either adopts a list or creates a list, that we would want to have, we would want to encourage. It's just an encouragement to local units of government. A lot of what I do is educational, honestly. It's just letting people know that this is a threat. So when you buy a drone for your law enforcement, let's make sure that that drone is going to be able to be used by law enforcement to help a person and can't be used by a hostile foreign government to extract information about Concord or Nashua or Manchester or whatnot.
Further question.
Thank you. The second thing that stuck out at me is on page 2, lines 20 through 22, that
Right.
section there. So you're exempting this decision-making process from public scrutiny,
Yes.
and could that decision-making process, since drones are expensive, companies can benefit by who is chosen? And if that decision is done in secret, couldn't that invite corruption where you pick one over another?
That's an excellent question. I completely respect it. I think the way that the wording has been done is so that, because we are dealing with a situation where we're talking about law enforcement methods, really, we're talking about security of the state to some extent. We want to make sure that that's not out there for everybody to look at. But I understand, I respect the other side of that too.
Okay, I guess this begs the question. If we're really worried about the back doors, if we're worried about the software that can suddenly shut down our cellular phones,
Right.
i.e. Verizon yesterday, why we just mandate that only American manufacturers? And I'm sure we've got lots of drone technology because we're selling them over to the Ukraine. So I mean, why can't we just simply say no? We won't allow for non-American one, and that way we can be assured that only good software is involved.
Mr. Chairman, I understand that point of view. I also think that that in terms of being practical, I don't, if a drone that's manufactured in the United Kingdom by a company that is not controlled by the Chinese government, that is not subjected to the 2017 intelligence law, which requires all Chinese entities and Chinese citizens to cooperate in collecting intelligence. I'd much rather have a drone manufactured by such a company than by us. I guess the other part, of course, is, one of practicality. We understand that these Chinese-made drones right now are cheap and they're effective and they're useful. And so what we're trying to do is balance, we're trying to move toward a time when every drone we purchase, either if it's American-made or if it's made by a friendly country, is one that we can rely on to not be leaking data to a foreign government.
Okay. Yes, Reverend Reason.
Yeah, thanks for taking my question. So, like you mentioned, that this is because of the national security, that's the main issue. So, in that case, all the states would be required to do this eventually. The question is that why can't we have all the states join together to do the program rather than doing individually at different stage? And if that's so, that why don't the federal government itself works with all the states to do it a joint program rather than doing it separately like we are proposing?
Thank you for the question. I can just tell you from our point of view, we began this process of working at the state level on these issues, in part because we recognize that the federal government itself does not move quickly, that there needs to be work done on the individual state level as well. Right now, the federal government, as I think Representative Moffitt mentioned, the Federal Communications Commission has created some significant restrictions on the import of future Chinese-made drone models. The Commerce Department has considered bans that would affect everybody. They have held off on those bans in advance of a meeting between the Chinese leader Xi and President Trump later this year. But I expect that we're going to see more developments like that at the federal level, banning some of these drones, which is why I think in part we are trying to encourage the states to get ahead of that by going ahead and creating their own due diligence system for when government agencies purchase drones.
Great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Glad to be with y'all.
Okay. Chair will call on Lieutenant Chris Storm for the New Hampshire State Police. He was going to tell us all we need to know in 2 minutes.
I can do it fast, sir. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lieutenant Chris Storm. I'm the Special Services Commander for the State Police. I'm also the co-chair with Tricia Lambert from DOT on the UAS Coordination Council, and I'm also the chairman of our threat working group for UASs here in New Hampshire. The methodology section that you saw on the bottom of the bill, that came directly from us in the Department of Safety, so I won't bore you with all of that again. I think every one of you have mentioned all the questions that we have concerns with at the Department of Safety as far as what's going to happen to our current fleet, that we do have foreign made UAS. We do not have I won't mention any names, but we don't have the big one that everybody's concerned about at the State Police, so everybody here knows. We do have other foreign made drones because they are cost prohibitive right now to buy US made drones. They are very, very expensive. and to replace our fleet. The cost right now is somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million to take care of what we currently have and what we actually need on a day-to-day basis. And it's not just for surveillance or anything like that. We're using it every single day for not only mapping out on our highways to open our crash scenes up quickly. We're doing our crime scenes, all of our outdoor crime scenes with the Attorney General's office and everything is all done mapping using drones today. Our drone calls have gone up probably 300 to 500% in the last few years. It helps keep our troopers safe. It helps keep our canines safe. We're doing all sorts of stuff every single day with them. So this could be prohibitive to us if this were to we would have to replace our entire fleet by 2028. The other problem with that is I'm only one person. I can't do the list. We don't have a lot of folks in the Department of Safety with the knowledge to be able to do that, to work with our cyber folks that are already overtasked as it is with all these other things, not just drones. Those are our bigger concerns. To the representative's point, there is a federal list. We're not opposed to following the federal list. That's okay. If you determine that we need to follow the federal list, we're absolutely good with it, and we understand.
Why wouldn't you be following the federal list anyways?
So that's a great question. So we do try every single piece to follow the federal list. Right now, everything on that list is so cost prohibitive, we wouldn't be able to do it. So, that being said, I can answer any questions that you guys have.
Okay, yes, all right.
I just wanted to understand, thank you for taking my question. I just want to understand order of magnitude. How many of these drones do you currently have that, and had no idea that this is what you're using them for? And then how many are you thinking about purchasing in the next, what are your plans to purchase additional ones in the next short term?
Currently, right now, the state police has about 45 UASs between our collision analysis and reconstruction unit, our special weapons and tactics unit, our special enforcement unit, and then throughout our troop stations. 45.
35.
That technology is evolving so fast, and the uses for it is evolving so fast that we do that. We also have the counter drone side of the house where we're trying to make sure, as this legislative body passed 644-23 last year, to make sure that we're actually enforcing some drone laws and adopting those federal rules here in New Hampshire, which was something that we never had before. So we have it's a very robust situation that's happening constantly and evolving.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah, he doesn't have a position on the bill. He's just telling us pros and cons. Okay, Patricia Hedger from Washington D.C., who is actually in opposition to the bill.
Sorry, it's Patrick Hedger, and I'm
Patrick Hedger.
So I scheduled for the next bill, 1589.
Oh, I'm sorry. That just suddenly appeared in front of me. Okay, last card. Tricia Lambert. Sorry. Yeah, no, you're right, right. I thought so too.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Members of the committee, my name is Tricia Lambert, and I'm the administrator for the Bureau of Aeronautics for the Department of Transportation. Just so a little bit about us, we are the, per RSA 422, we are the liaison to FAA and all things aviation in the state.
Yes.
So I just wanted to more or less introduce myself. Lieutenant Storm did a great job explaining a lot of what we're working behind the scenes with. We do have a coordinating council that we chair, which brings all the state agencies together that are willing, that want to use drones to get the latest and greatest information, along with sharing as well. We at the Department of Transportation do also use drones or UASs for infrastructure work. We have, I call them 9 platforms because there's a lot of other equipment that comes along with it, like LiDAR, which is very important to us. Half our drones, just to kind of get ahead of the question, half our drones are Chinese made and the other are off the blue list. And we are actually going in that direction anyway because we can't use our drones on federal highway projects for federal projects. So we have to shift to that direction. Our we have a lot of different drones that do a lot of different things that make it easier, small to large. Our largest drone carries the LiDAR. We will be replacing that. It will be more expensive, and we're hoping to do that this year.
What do you mean, carries a LiDAR?
It carries it carries large equipment, either a large 35 millimeter camera or a piece of equipment called LiDAR, which is ground penetrating. So we use that to help design and do things as far as the highways. And so it's very important work. It's safe, it's inexpensive, other than the purchase, of course, to get that information to our engineers and our consultants. So we're looking to replace that, but it will in fact come off that blue list, which we use to purchase it so that we can use it for anything as it relates to the federal government. So as of December 22nd, we can't use the Chinese-made drones on certain projects.
Anyways, okay. Great.
So I'm happy. Everything's been said, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Meckler.
Thank you very much. Thank you for taking questions. I'm curious, what percentage of the drones are actually manually controlled or pre-programmed, and they're not necessarily manually controlled? Is it?
Do both.
Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, each drone is a little different, but have different capabilities. But for the most part, like there are drones you can program, and it'll fly a grid and survey that grid. And then there's others we fly by hand, visual.
just depends on the situation?
Sure.
Okay,
Depends on
thank you.
what you're surveying.
But you still comply with the regulation that you have to be able to see it, right? Isn't there a line-
100%.
line of sight so that it
100%.
can be doing its grid work and, artificial intelligence telling it where to go, but that at the end of the day, you have to have eyeballs
100%.
on it.
We follow the FAA regulations. Aviation in general, whether it's a helicopter or manned aircraft, even our RSA it really leans back to all the federal regulations regarding aviation.
Okay, one more question. Representative Hammond.
Letting me ask the question. Thank you for your testimony. Some municipalities are using drones instead of fireworks displays, and I was just curious if you had any insight into that, and would that be covered by what we're talking about here because it's a municipality employing the drones?
I think I'm not an expert on the municipality, being at the state level, but I mean, I think if you're guiding them what to purchase, they would have to purchase off that blue list or however this ends up. It's the purchase part, I think this is providing, yeah.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
We have another question, Representative Spear?
You mentioned very quickly that certain projects you have to be very careful with about the drones that you use. What kind of projects don't you have to be careful with?
Maybe my words weren't quite right. We have to be specific on what drone we use to survey certain projects. So for example, if I was doing, as of December 22nd, if I was going to go survey a road and give that data and information to an engineer, that would have to be off a blue list drone. Interestingly enough, if I wanted to go to the airport and survey penetrations to our airspace, I could use the other drone because there is no restriction on that information as it sits right now.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess I just say, General, as someone who is fortunate enough to live next to two, not one, but two high-tension wires, and often I hear the drones running up and down, checking.
Right.
And that's infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. And we'll go on to the next one because we're running a little late here. All right. Okay. You ready? Oh, yeah, come on up. Come on down.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I have no doubt that the previous bill had a number of viewers from China, and they are probably still hanging around to watch this or hear this testimony as well, which has to do with the internet and social media platforms. Again, for the record, Representative Mike Moffett, Loudon, Merrimack District 4. So the reason I'm introducing this, I'm not the prime sponsor. Representative Litchfield contacted me late last night. There was a death in her immediate family, so that is why she's not here. I am one of the co-sponsors, so I told her that I would introduce this, and she, if she hasn't already, she will get all kinds of supporting information to you on HB 1589, which does have a fiscal note, establishing the Digital Choice Act. So I'll be fairly brief. And the nub of this is on page 2, line 22, and 23 and 24. It has to do with data rights. And a user shall have the right to delete personal data held by the social media company that was provided by or obtained by the user. So that is really a key aspect to this fairly short proposed bill. And to make this a little bit clearer, and by the way, I'm on social media all the time. And I think it's great. I'm trying to be careful what I say. I don't get into a whole lot of politics, but inevitably I do from time to time. But I'm on every platform, and so I know that we do have some controls over what we publish. You know, some people, I actually have 2 Facebook accounts. One is for fun and one is for politics. And my one in politics is some contact information so people can contact me if they want. I want to be accessible. And then on my other one, I don't have my phone number there public. So but they do have my phone number. It's just not published. So the point of Representative Litchfield's legislation here is that if you decide to withdraw from a platform, whatever platform that may be, that you have the ability, the option, the capability to retain or retrieve the personal information that you initially had to submit in order to get on that platform. So if they have your phone number or they have your address or whatever they have, personal data, that when you leave the platform, they don't keep that. They erase it or return it to the user. So that is a very key part of what this is about. There's a whole lot more there. You can see all the different parts of this, you know, the required definitions, et cetera, in terms of digital choice. So again, as I said, Representative Litchfield could not be here. She has or will submit her own testimony that she would have given had she been able to be here, but I certainly wanted to make sure that this was introduced on schedule for our colleague. And I would be happy to try to answer any questions on this as best I can.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, most social media is outside of the borders of New Hampshire. It's global. How do we enforce this?
Thank you. Question was, how do we, outside of New Hampshire, outside of our country, enforce this requirement? As I said, I have no doubt that we're being watched by the Chinese right now. I've already given them a shout out, and that's an excellent observation that a lot of this is beyond our state and federal borders. So what can we do about that? The Russians have been in the news a lot in terms of influencing social media. What control do we have over them? I don't think we have a whole lot directly. There's some indirect pressures that we could put on them with regard to protocols with social media. But I think to answer your question, we're quite limited in what we can do outside our borders.
So I always like to take the opportunity to educate everyone. So the penalties of this is 358A2, the Consumer Protection Act. The Consumer Protection Act is a relatively young statute in New Hampshire, 70s. Young, because that's when I was in high school, right? College. So it's intent to make someone whole when they have been taken advantage of,
Injured.
and that is financially. I always thought these social media things were all free. So exactly how do you make somebody whole, financially whole? And how does that's what the Attorney General is going to do, is call them up and say, hey, you got to refund their money, but there is no money exchange. You voluntarily signed up and gave them all this information on your own.
Thank you for that observation. The algorithm thing matters. When these social media companies, via algorithms, direct vendors to advertise or to send messages to the client or to the customer, I think that ties in a little bit to consumer protection. And also, if somebody, in terms of injury that you touched on, if someone has a business that is damaged because some of their information was out there, and then when they want to retrieve that information so that damage can't happen again, financial damage to personally or to their business, that's where there may be a consumer injury or cost that could be retrieved.
Unfortunately, the act will not give help to that person out for that.
Yeah.
It's only for consumer, individual, who wants to get their money back. Whatever they did, whatever. So if they purchase something, because the algorithms sent them junk,
That's on the consumer.
That's buyer beware.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I think you're probably way ahead of me on this. And
I've been doing this for a long time.
I knew that. And I know that you typically, in this committee, have a great system of subcommittees.
Yeah, we will absolutely, this will go to a subcommittee and we will.
I've heard about the great subcommittee process. And
Great.
so I think if this does go to a subcommittee, that's where a
We'll
lot of the
thresh
the
through
work
this.
could be done. And hopefully Representative Litchfield can and will be available to interface with your subcommittee.
Good answer. Okay, we do have to, Representative Sullivan.
You. So I'm curious. I know most of us don't read, including myself, most of the time, the little things that we all agree to use these systems. So I'm curious if, and I'm assuming you probably can't answer this, but maybe you can, if anybody who's a sponsor on here has actually looked at this bill and how it would correspond with, say, Facebook's terms of agreement, because if they're in conflict, I'm curious how that would be rectified. Because we sign up to agree to certain things, we're sort of signing away our rights in order to use these terms or these services. And I'm curious if would that potentially lead to just Facebook being like, you know what, New Hampshire's a small state, we're done in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire residents can't be a part of it. Like, has anybody even talked about this, any of these co-sponsors? I think that's just something that I would think if I were writing this bill, I would want to make sure that I had looked at what you sign away when you use these services versus what this bill would require.
Thank you, Representative Sullivan. That's a good point about how most of us, when we sign on to any platform or so many things, there's all these stipulations for legal protection that sometimes are pages, and I honestly maybe don't read them that carefully. And in terms of the language in the bill, again, as I said before, obviously, and the co-sponsors understand the intent and support the intent. In terms of all the details, again, that's something that the prime sponsor would be best positioned. And out of respect to prime sponsor, I would defer to her when she gets a chance, hopefully, to, like I said, interface with the subcommittee that it sounds like is going to come about.
Representative Salvi, did you?
Thank you for taking my question. My question is, what I understood about this bill is, once you basically have an account in social media and you want to delete it, they should be able to delete it, right?
Correct. I know that you can delete and withdraw from the platform. I believe the point here that the prime sponsor is pushing is that even after that, it's disconcerting for the consumer to know that even though they've left the platform, the company, the platform owner, still has whatever personal information they gave to the platform to sign up in the first place. So the desire is to give the consumer the chance to retrieve that information and have it surrendered by the company so that the consumer knows that the company isn't holding on to personal information.
Okay, may I ask a follow-up question? Just
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. So if I'm a bad person, basically, I open a social media account, I do something bad, and then I tell the social media like Facebook, please delete all my record, I don't need it. How they are going to trace it out down the line? Because the social media owner like Facebook can just say that we signed the contract, they requested me to delete all the information, we have deleted, we don't have anything for you to share.
Thank you for that. I understand your point, and I think you're correct. I mean, it's nothing new. Social media's been out there for so many years, and I'm sure there are countless people who have left or posted something that they would like to retrieve. And some folks in our house, I'm sure, would like to restate some stuff that they've posted in the past. But stuff can be screenshot, and that's something that you have to know going in, that you lose control of your words. If you put something out there, somebody screenshots it and they have it. But in terms of deleting accounts, that can be done. But stuff from accounts that has been shared to other sites, that I think you lose control of that. So that's acknowledged, and we understand that. Again, the point of this is that not the posts that can be retrieved or deleted, but the personal information. That's the focus of this, I believe.
Okay. Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. And I understand that you're not the prime sponsor, so I was just wondering if you happen to know if any other state has tried this and were they successful?
Always an excellent question, and that's a question I ask as a chair, and I haven't, in the short term, I don't have a good answer for that. Great question. I'm sure that information will be found.
We always do that kind of research to find out from NCSL what's been done. Representative Spear.
Would you believe that it's already passed in Utah, it's working in New York, and it's already passed in, or being worked on South Carolina? It's also, we're listed as looking at it, and so is Vermont.
Amazing information, Ed. So thank you, Representative Spear, for answering her question for me.
She's one of our committee researchers. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I got two cards here in opposition to the bill. Patrick. I don't know why I keep wanting to add an A onto the end there, but
It is my grandmother's name, so.
okay.
But she's
All
not
right.
here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Thank you to the distinguished members of the committee for having me. My name is Patrick Hedger. I am a Director of Policy at NetChoice. And NetChoice is a trade association that stands for free enterprise and free expression online. And those are the principles that we advocate for and our guiding mission. And unfortunately, I have to rise and join you today to respectfully oppose this legislation. And just hearing the introductory remarks about this legislation, that only really covered a small fraction of what's actually in this bill. And what was talked about are things that our members and social media companies largely already provide, which is the ability to delete your profile, as well as get a copy of the data related to you. I'd like to focus on the data portability aspect and the data interoperability aspect of this legislation, which is a significant portion of it. And that's where we have major privacy, consumer experience, and constitutional concerns with this legislation. Our primary concern is that the bill compromises the safety, security, and privacy of New Hampshire residents by mandating transparent, third-party accessible interfaces. The state would effectively require companies to build and maintain open entry points that can be exploited by malicious actors. While interoperability sounds like a helpful standard, in this context, it mandates a backdoor for data harvesting. It is a common refrain among cybersecurity experts that once a backdoor is created where it did not otherwise exist, it is not just there for the good guys. It is inherently a new vulnerability exploitable by bad actors as well. Furthermore, the requirement to share, quote, social graphs creates a significant consent and privacy issue. If just one person in a user's network migrates to a less secure, unvetted platform, they take their interaction history with them. This means that a consumer's private data could be exposed to the security standards of a company or website or platform they never signed up for. And so that essentially drags everybody down to the lowest common denominator in terms of cybersecurity. Crucially, this legislation also creates a perverse incentive structure that freezes platforms in time, because platforms may be forced to delay or abandon advanced encryption or other safety upgrades because they are incompatible with the mandated interoperability protocols, effectively prioritizing static compliance with this legislation over the dynamic ability to innovate in the terms of cybersecurity. As of 2018, New Hampshire's Constitution's Bill of Rights states that an individual's right to live free of governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. Given the inherent cybersecurity and privacy trade-offs associated with this policy, new vectors of attack, non-consensual sharing of third-party data, and interoperability over security innovation, it is impossible to see how this legislation is compatible with the state's constitution. This policy is especially hard to square with the state's constitution to individuals' privacy when considering the supposed problem it seeks to solve is a bit of a mirage. The Digital Choice Act fundamentally misunderstands how users engage online. It operates on a flawed premise that all social media networks are interchangeable utilities, but users intentionally treat them as distinct communities. We even heard from the presenting sponsor that he keeps different profiles for different reasons on the platforms that he uses. People curate different profiles for different audiences. They do not want their professional network on LinkedIn merging with their private family photos on Instagram, or their neighborhood watch discussions on Nextdoor bleeding into the political debates that are often found on X. By treating these distinct contexts as obstacles to be removed, the bill homogenizes the internet, and it forces diverse platforms to effectively operate like dumb pipes, thereby actually reducing consumer choice. And this is akin really to forcing every restaurant to all serve the exact same cuisine. Finally, this bill faces insurmountable hurdles when it comes to the federal Constitution. As the Supreme Court affirmed in Moody v. NetChoice, platforms have a First Amendment right to curate the content and design of their services as they see fit. Forcing a platform to carry the data, code, or content of a competitor is a form of compelled speech. Moreover, requiring companies to hand over proprietary technology and user data to rivals without compensation raises serious taking clause concerns. Combined with the Dormant Commerce Clause, issues raised by a state-specific technical mandate on fundamental interstate services, which I've heard members of the committee already bring up, such as online platforms, which are fundamentally interstate, we feel that this bill is already legally compromised. So for these reasons, we respectfully urge you to protect the privacy and the constitutional rights of your constituents and oppose this bill. Thank you.
You do have written testimony, is it, make sure,
Yes, I have several copies I can
get
provide.
that for the clerk?
Will do.
Okay, great. Okay. Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You said a lot of things that you don't like about this bill.
Mhm.
And I'm looking at that point on page 2, line 22. Is that something that does make sense? And this is the ability to pull your data back.
That's something that services largely already provide. They will provide you a copy of your data that if you request it. I know X does that. You can download your data. I believe Meta offers that as well. So I wonder why the state would have any business in mandating something that the market is already providing. Thank you.
The lesson is don't put anything up on the internet that you don't want anybody else to see.
That is a very good lesson and something that we should be educating kids in cybersecurity in our schools on that for sure.
Yeah. Representative Hammond.
Mr. Chair, thank you for coming from DC and for your work with NetChoice.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
There are platforms out there that are decentralized open protocol. One of them is Nostr, which is kind of an up and coming one. It's decentralized to the point where if you asked there's no one person to ask to delete your private data. It's distributed globally through a bunch of nodes. How would this concept be applied to a platform like that?
I think that's a really good question and a difficult question. It almost seems like the two goals of the bill are almost in conflict, where you're trying to create essentially dumb pipes where all of this information becomes decentralized, but at the same time trying to guarantee a right to access to your data in a centralized place. Those goals don't seem to be complementary to me.
Seem like they collide. Yes. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I'm happy to provide it
Yeah,
by
if you
email
just
as
give
well, so.
email it to all the committee members.
Yes,
That'd be
absolutely.
great.
Happy to do that.
All right. Any other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got one more card left, Cam. And I have no idea who you represent, APCIA. Oh, next one, sorry. Why did this keep happening to me? Okay, guess I'm out of training here. All right, I have no more cards, so we'll close the public hearing. And given that we're after 11, we could start in on the last one for this morning. Okay, so we do have a stand-in for testimony. I guess the key word for this morning is backdoors. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hunt. And I am Jackie Grota. I represent Rockingham 24. And I'm here to introduce House Bill 1725 for Representative Long, who is out due to illness. And I'm going to say ahead of time, I'm not going to take any questions on the bill. I'm just here to introduce it. Okay?
Jackie, did you do a card?
Oh, no, I will.
Okay,
I promise.
We'll make one.
I
Okay,
promise.
you'll get one.
I'll get one to you.
Okay, great.
Apologies.
All right,
Yep.
thanks.
This bill is modeled on the Texas Responsible AI Governance Act, which passed last year on a bipartisan basis. It is intended to be a light touch bill offering protection from government misuse of AI and consumer protection from intentional abuses and foreseeable risks while allowing innovation to flourish. Texas, like New Hampshire, tries to be a low regulation state, so their approach to the issue is a good one for us to copy. This bill tries to maintain an even lighter touch than Texas by narrowing the definition of artificial intelligence, and if you adopt a proposed amendment, clarifying the definition of social scoring. It does this by mandating disclosures to consumers or citizens when AI systems is used for certain purposes, but not creating any prohibition on that use as long as they consent. Additionally, the focus is on the intent with which a business or a government agency develops or deploys an AI system, so they would not be punished for innocent mistakes. The regulation sandbox provision is something that multiple states are doing or considering as a way to allow companies to test out innovative AI products. In addition to Texas, Utah has passed a regulatory sandbox in the statute, and New Jersey, Massachusetts, Delaware, and Arizona have created them by executive order or regulation. The Department of IT is working on a regulation sandbox already, but enshrining it in enshrining it in statute ensures that a new governor cannot come in and kill it. There are two proposed amendments which I am asking the committee to consider for your discretion. One is to provide a definition of social scoring to line up with the sorts of abuses most people mean by that term. For example, the kinds of things the Chinese government does, or bank discrimination against people based on their politics, while allowing legitimate evaluation of potential customers based on behaviors relevant to the business-customer relationship. The other is to provide warnings about the use of AI chatbots in response to concerns about people developing inappropriate relationships with them, treating them too much like humans, and engaging in self-destructive behavior as a result. And if you'd like, I could send this to the committee.
That would be wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'll have, in support of the bill, Melissa Blasek from Rebuild New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Yes, I'm Melissa Blasek. I'm here representing Rebuild NH. We are in support of the idea of the bill. We are not officially supporting the bill as of right now. I'm passing around what I would propose to be an amendment, and I kind of want to go through it. So, obviously nobody knows where we're going with AI yet and what all of the consequences might be. But I think as you all, as legislators, are thinking about legislation concerning it, it's important that we keep in mind that AI, like any other technology, should be a tool to better humanity and not something that could supplant humanity or become its master. And I think that this bill has some great aspects to it that do put proactive roadblocks in the way of how government can use it to prevent potential abuses moving forward. So now my biggest issue is this council that it creates. I think at its best, it's a waste of time. And at worst, it could end up being a tool for cronyism. So my amendment strips that out. I think it's double-sided, by the way. I actually didn't mean to print it that way, but then I did. So on the second page on the back, there's A, B, and C. I think A is just going to be another footnote that humans don't read. But I don't hate it. I just think it's a little bit of a waste. B kind of leans into this idea of protected classes, which I don't in itself agree with. I think we are all created equal, but people don't have different rights depending on whatever gender or race they may be. And I think that C truly does cover that. So C to me is the money, not develop or deploy an artificial intelligence system for the purpose of social scoring, manipulation aimed at causing self-harm or criminal acts or infringing rights under the United States or New Hampshire constitutions. Right after that, section 2, I think is also very necessary. Governmental entities shall not deploy artificial intelligence systems for the purpose of uniquely identifying individuals using biometric identifiers or collecting biometric data from publicly available sources without valid consent. However, then the next clause basically makes that irrelevant. So I would definitely suggest striking the unless part if you want the bill to do anything at all. And then the sandbox thing, I mean, I heard the introduction. I guess I understand it a little bit more. I didn't really understand it before. I don't have strong feelings about it either way, but now maybe I'm probably being hyperbolic, but depending on where AI goes, this could end up being a very, very important piece of legislation. So that is why I'm here today.
Okay. We've had experience with sandboxes here in this committee before, and it was financial. And the sandbox concept is that departments can do something by rule without a statute, which was anathema to this committee.
Yes, yes.
So, Representative Ammon.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Honorable Blesick for coming and testifying. The penalty seems pretty steep to me, and I noticed that you left that in your version, $200,000 per violation.
Yeah.
And then $40,000 per day. And then enhanced penalties apply for systematic and egregious conduct. So who gets to decide what's systematic and egregious, and how much is that penalty?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I think there should be an enforcement mechanism. It's certainly, I don't have strong feelings about what the particular dollar amount should be. So I just sort of left it in there because it's like, it's an enforcement. Okay, you guys can figure out what you guys think is reasonable.
This is an early bill, and I'm sure it will go to some criminal justice or
Yes.
someone that will look at the penalties, but I'm not sure, even after all your stuff here, it reduces the fiscal note that was attached to the bill from the Attorney General's office
Mhm.
in attempts to enforcing the statute, but they're not here. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Got only one more card left. Cam? So who is APCIA?
The American Property Casualty Insurance Association.
Oh, insurance companies, of course.
And I lost my pen.
Don't we, I think we have another bill related to artificial intelligence with insurance.
Sure do. Popular topics this year. For the record, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Cam Lapine. I work at Orin Reno, here today representing the American Property Casualty Insurance Association and the New Hampshire Association of Domestic Insurance Companies.
Domestics. Good.
I'll be very brief. While there may be a need to regulate the use of AI for consumer protection purposes in other fields, in the field of insurance, there's already extensive regulation of the use of AI. New Hampshire has adopted the NAIC Model Bulletin, which in New Hampshire is INS 24011AB, which is robust and 11 pages long. 11 pages long. So if the committee doesn't want to move forward with this bill, we would recommend an exemption for insurance, given that we're already regulated to avoid duplicative and conflicting regulation. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yeah, so, yeah, for the record, the 358A insurance companies are exempt, and this is 359 with the penalties, but I would certainly say that the Attorney General Office would have a problem enforcing it to insurance statutes, given that you have an exemption from those statutes.
We agree.
Okay. Any other questions to the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Does anybody else would like to testify on this bill? That's amazing. Okay, we'll close the public hearing on 1725. Okay. Okay. How many of these? Oh, yeah, yeah.
So these are singles. You want a single? I'll take. a
No, no.
couple.
Oh,
Yeah, he just did.
okay, yeah, all right. But this is passed around for everybody? Yeah, yeah. Okay, for the committee members, what we have is, we have 18 early bills, and we're doing the early bills. We have today, and then next week, we have the next big wad of these early bills, and then theoretically, by Thursday morning, we'll have heard all 18 of our early bills. Then I will start in on the subcommittees with these, because we have the deadline that these bills have to be out of committee is Valentine's Day. So we're obviously got to stay focused on these, and then we'll start taking up the other bills with the committee once we get through this. So I would say it's important that if you care a lot about any of these bills, that next Thursday afternoon we'll be discussing these early bills. At least try to figure out what we want to do with them, with the how ground. Some of them seem like could be much more complicated than we would hope, and so let's see where it goes. Okay. Otherwise, the next the paint bill is at 115. As you all may recall, the paint bill, we did pass it, went over to the Senate. The Senate has passed it, so it's on to the governor, and so it's not. I told the sponsor, that at this point, we would, if we do anything with this bill, we would probably just interim study it, just so that in case the governor were to veto it, we would have to look at another option on how to handle it. So, but otherwise, we got out in time for lunch to go wherever we want to go. And some of us are going to go to Tandy's. So next Thursday at 10, we have 3 liquor bills. Liquor bills.
So is that just the liquor commission then?
So those would be just the liquor bills, or, you know, the liquor committee. So if you don't care about the liquor bills, you,
Is it, because I didn't see a notice for that.
and I just sent something to Robin and said, you put out the notice for the hearings in the morning, but you didn't do it. But I'll follow up and make sure.
She was saying she had trouble.
Yes, but right, no, but that's in the afternoon is supposed to be the subcommittees. So I got to figure out what happened with that.
Okay, so it's Wednesday, Thursday.
Wednesday, Thursday, starting at 10. Yeah.
So we're here Wednesday and Thursday?
Correct.
Oh, okay, I thought there was State House on Wednesday, no? That's next week.
The State House would be Thursdays anyway, Thursday session. Yeah, so just so you know, yes, it's been an incredible nightmare for me to try to schedule this committee because of Thursday sessions, you know, then throws us out of whack. I am trying so that when we do have that, like, so that following week, if I could get a Tuesday so that we can still do 2 days and stay on task. Because we have 54 bills and, you know, obviously everything has to be out of committee no, Valentine's Day is just the early bills. All the other bills, the other 30-some bills, that has to be out of committee in March.
I have a conflict on Thursday with housing.
Okay.
I looked at the agenda and I think you probably don't need me
Yeah,
here.
just liquor anyways. Yeah. Okay? We'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1198, and we'll hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Evil. How nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you too. Thank you very much. For the record, my name is Karen Ebel and I represent Merrimack District 7, which is New London and Newbury. So I am here to introduce HB 1198, which would establish a post-consumer paint stewardship program. So almost exactly, because I looked, a year ago today, I was before this committee with HB 451, which would do exactly the same thing. And this committee worked very hard on the bill. I think together and with the chair's leadership, we produced a really good bill. It passed the House, you may recall, unanimously. And because there's absolutely no hit to the bottom line for the state budget, it was waived off by Chair Weiler. And it went to the Senate, and it was referred to Senate Ways and Means. And in the thick of the budget and everything, it was decided, we had our hearing, but it was decided that the Senate would re-refer the bill, sort of like retaining it, back to Senate Ways and Means. So it came out of Senate Ways and Means with a recommendation for passage. And last week, when we were having our two-day marathon, the Senate did vote on the bill, and they passed the bill, I'm happy to say. So now the bill has passed, and it's on the way to the governor. So this bill, which you have before you today, is identical to HB 451, which we passed, which has now passed the legislature. I would say back in September during the filing period, I had no idea what was going to happen. And so I thought it was judicious to introduce HB 1198. But in light of the passage of the bill through the legislature and, you know, us not really knowing the governor might pass it, hopefully. She might veto it, and we might not even know by the time it hits the floor what she's going to do. And so, as far as I'm concerned, if the committee feels that it's prudent to interim study HB 1198 while we wait to see what happens with HB 451, that certainly aligns with my thinking on it. So that's kind of, I mean, I guess that would be my recommendation. The only other thing I wanted to draw your attention to is I did distribute an op-ed which ran in late December in the Union Leader, and you can see that Chair Hunt is on it with me, as well as Representative Aaron, who's the chair of Environment and Agriculture, urging our Senate colleagues to pass the bill, which they did. And now we're hoping the governor will see the wisdom of passing the bill. And I also, just so you have it, and for the record, I did give you the testimony that I submitted in the Senate in May. So with that, if anybody has any questions, I'm here.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? I guess I'll just make a statement and I'll say, would you believe that what we passed, and I intentionally, when we drew up the amendment, that this committee removed any language related to taxes or fees, with the assumption that the paint manufacturers really wanted to implement this program, that, and with a, let me say, my understanding of how the marketplace works, that this is a nonprofit, that these manufacturers will be donating $150,000, well, whatever, you know, in terms of what, if that's the cost that to operate, to implement the program. And that I truly believe there would never be any retail increase in the price of paint because the manufacturers will be able to write it off as a donation and pass that and not need to pass the cost on when it comes to the retailer, so to the consumer. So that, would you believe I do not believe there will be any increase in paint prices?
I mean, I do believe that, Mr. Chair. I mean, obviously, I've had a year to think about this and marinate on it and talk to so many people. And I mean, I genuinely thank you for the analysis that you had of the bill, because you recognized right from the beginning that if you're authorizing the manufacturers to do a recycling program, which is what they want to do, it is just another cost of business. It's like the cost of a tin can or the cost of whatever. So they're just going to roll it into their pricing. And, you know, they have a market, they're wholesalers, and they want to sell their product at a price that people are going to buy it. And so, I mean, you identified that right from the beginning, and I think that's 100% accurate. In the meantime, though, there's all sorts of property tax deferral opportunities. It's a very clear line between the household hazardous waste costs that taxpayers are paying and this program, because now towns and people are going to be able to get rid of their excess paint without additional cost. I mean, to me, this is about as Granite State approach to the situation as you can imagine. I mean, basically, we're telling business, yes, we know this is what you want to do, and we're not going to stand in your way. The real issue here is we know that you have concern about the antitrust laws, and this bill waives them. And now proceed and do your business as you want to do. And there are benefits to the whole state for doing this, including getting rid of all the paint in our basements. So it bothers me that what came out of this committee has been somewhat misrepresented because there is absolutely no tax, there's absolutely no state fee, and we all stand to benefit if this passes. So I do believe what you said.
In a roundabout way, yeah. Okay, Representative Burrows.
Okay, I have a question that I normally wouldn't ask here, but you can tell me if you want me to not ask it. But why did they, first of all, put it in the back of the budget? And what was the rationale for killing it?
No, they didn't kill it.
Didn't?
No, they just
no.
when it got to the Senate, they just retained it.
Okay,
retained
this is my
it.
misunderstanding.
They
Yeah,
under-
it
they
was
retained it.
never in the budget.
No,
Okay,
it
that's
was never a
okay.
budget
My
item.
mistake. I thought it
never
was.
a budget item.
Never a budget item, and
So,
as I
so
mentioned.
don't worry, you didn't vote against it anyway.
No. I mean, the other thing is that Senator Gray, I guess, was interested in looking at it in Senate Finance, but that effort was voted down as well. And the thing is, again, we structured this in a New Hampshire way. We made absolutely sure that the paint manufacturers were going to reimburse the state for any cost whatsoever. So there's no hit. And in fact, the state may even save in household hazardous waste costs. So this is a pro-business, pro-consumer bill. And I'll just say again, you know, the BIA endorsed it. There's a reason why they endorsed it. There's no tax, and it's pro-business. So it's hard to understand. I mean, I understand at some level the any opposition to it, but it's not based on what the bill actually does.
And I'm so glad I don't have to buy kitty litter because I'm a dog owner.
Well, I mean, for the kitty litter crowd, I mean, if you happen to have a cat and you have some extra kitty litter, you can throw it in the can if you want. But why would you spend $5 on a bag of kitty litter if instead the can cost, maybe there's a extra 25 or whatever for you to just buy it right out of the blocks. And besides that, sorry, if you're throwing kitty litter in the landfill, the taxpayers are paying more for the cost to dump it in the landfill. So, I mean, it's just hard for me to think of any way that this is bad. And believe me, I've thought a lot about it at 3 a.m., at 5 a.m. Anyway.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony.
All right, well, thank you, and seriously, thank you again for all the work that you put into the bill when we first had it a year ago.
Fair enough. Having no more cards, I will close the public hearing. And we'll open up the next public hearing. Is it not 1:30? That's it. Okay.
In 4 minutes. Yeah, I can't see anybody, any logical reason.
I see they put up a mirror here for me so I can see what happens behind this column.
Can you really see it?
Yeah, it's a little sketchy, but it says when the liquor enforcement was hiding behind that column before, so now I can see them. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on 1080. And Representative Wendy Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I always enjoy being in front of this committee. It's another PFAS bill, guys. And this one is about condoms. I have gotten a lot of feedback from people that have not understood this bill. I am not banning condoms or personal lubricants in New Hampshire. So just to preface this, one of my college degrees is in medical biology, and I've worked as a clinical microbiologist, and I'm also a PFAS cancer victim. Last term, or actually last year, I was in here with the bill that banned boat, board, and ski wax. Mr. Chair, you called it another ornament on the Christmas tree, and this is yet another one. So what are we talking about here? So we are talking about, again, I am not banning condoms. I tell everybody that we don't ban anything in New Hampshire if we don't have something safe to use as an alternative. What we are doing is we're talking about banning 2 specific condoms in New Hampshire and 4 personal lubricants from being sold in New Hampshire. So why is this a problem?
this is a problem because when, and I'm going to have to use adult language here, so when the penis gets engorged, first of all, the penis is covered with very thin tissue. When it's engorged because it gets filled up with blood from the veins and the arteries in there. What you are doing when you're using a condom that contains PFAS is you're putting PFAS directly on thin tissue that is right above the blood system. So you're exposing yourself to PFAS in your body. I want to remind you that PFAS is linked to prostate and testicular cancer. When women have sexual intercourse, their vaginal tissue also becomes engorged with blood. It's very sensitive tissue, and with women in particular, we get micro tears and we get tears during intercourse. And this would, if a condom or a personal lubricant is used, you could be putting PFAS contaminants directly into your blood system. I want to remind you that for women, PFAS is responsible for uterine, ovarian, fallopian tube cancers. And again, we do not know the exposure level for PFAS. We don't know if it's one exposure or if it's several, but we know that it is harmful. Now, that's the health aspects of this. We don't want to use products in New Hampshire that are going to potentially harm or even kill people. But there's another aspect to this, which is the environment and the infrastructure. Many people flush their condoms down the toilet. Where's the camera? If you do that, please stop doing that. The reason you don't want condoms in our water system is that because you're putting PFAS directly into the water system, number one. Number two, our biosolids get exposed to this, which is another problem. Same thing with lubricants. When you apply lubricants, very often you wipe it away with tissue and you flush it down the toilet. What we're doing in that case, again, is especially with these items that I'm going to identify in just a minute, we're introducing PFAS directly into our water system. In the town of Merrimack, we know how expensive it is to filter our water that has PFAS in it. You know, what we're talking about is trying to avoid those costs down the road by limiting exposure up front. Now, some people don't flush their condoms or lubricant tissues down the toilet. Instead, they throw it in the trash. So what we have here is more PFAS being introduced to landfills. And that causes problems, and we're seeing problems with that already. New Hampshire is tired of paying for PFAS cleanup. So we're not talking about a tremendous amount of products. In New Hampshire, there are 2 condoms that are sold that have PFAS in them. And I'm going to have to read these names off because they're a little long. The first one is Union Standard Ultra Thin Lubricated Male Latex Condoms. Those have been tested at 25 parts per million and 68 parts per million. And in New Hampshire, we anything over 12 parts per million in water is considered too toxic to use. The other condom that is used, it's a sub-brand of Trojan, which is a very popular condom, but this one is Trojan Ultra Thin Condoms for Ultra Sensitivity. That tested at 13 parts per million. The lubricants that we're looking at banning are Lola Tingling Mint Pleasure Gel for spot-on arousal. That's 39 parts per million. Another one is Uber Silicone Lube, which is 32 parts per million. PS Moisturizing and Healing Hypoallergenic 100% Vegan Premium Lube at 25 parts per million. And this one actually came as a shock to me, but a very popular brand, KY Jelly Classic Water-Based Personal Lubricant, comes at 13 parts per million. I have spoken to health clinics in New Hampshire who have concerns about this bill, and I highly respect the work they do. They're doing God's work. They provide health care and reproductive health care. they rely on a lot of donations of condoms. And so they're concerned that this may affect the donations that they get. And I understand what they're saying, and I empathize with what they're saying. But should we continue exposing people in New Hampshire to something that could be deadly because it's free? And so I'm going to leave that decision up to the committee. And that's pretty much all of my testimony, if there's any questions.
Representative Hammond.
Thank you for that detailed testimony. Here's my question. Shouldn't the government stay out of people's bedrooms?
This has nothing to do with being out of your bedroom, because there's safe alternatives to use. This is about the state taking a stand on a pollutant that is costing us money and costing us, our residents, health impacts.
Question you may inquire.
Why would someone prefer a condom with PFAS as opposed to one without PFAS? Why do you think they?
I don't know. Who knew?
Yeah.
Who knew? I mean, I would think that if it were public, and well, I mean, if it were public, but not everybody would know, people would avoid PFAS. It's been in the news enough. People know the implications of PFAS. People know the health impacts of PFAS. I think people would avoid, if they knew, they would avoid them.
So
This way, we remove it completely.
Labeling would work, maybe.
Labeling would work, but you're still contaminating and polluting the state. We don't want this stuff in our state. We want to get rid of it.
Representative Sullivan.
So I'm curious, kind of to follow up on what he just said. How does one find out? Like, how do you find out what has PFAS in it? Because we know that they don't label PFAS enclosed.
Correct. So the Environmental Working Group, which is a advocacy group located in Washington, D.C., keeps a list of products that contain PFAS so that people can look and avoid them. And they list makeups, which that's coming, moisturizing creams, sunscreens. I mean, there's a whole list that they keep. So you can go to that website to find out.
Gotcha. All right.
Representative Burrows.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. Would you see the banning of these as being comparable to alerting the public about bad chemicals in their food?
Absolutely.
It's a public safety
It's
issue?
a public safety
Right,
issue.
thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Trees.
Thanks for taking my question. So is New Hampshire going to be the first state banning this, or has other states taken any action about this?
Actually, I don't know the answer to that question. I should, but I don't know it. But I do know that I've been to several environmental conferences, and this has come up as proposed billing, as a proposed bill for several states. So I don't know if it's actually been passed, but it has been proposed in other states.
Okay. We thank you very much for your testimony.
You're very welcome. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Having no more cards, is there anybody else who would like to testify on this issue? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. We'll open up the public hearing on 1154, restricting the texting of unsolicited advertisements, including political campaigns.
Indeed.
Leave no stone unturned.
Huh?
Like,
For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas. I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough 12. This bill, and I understand this bill is going to be a heavy lift, but sometimes you have to put in a bill to make a statement. And this bill was proposed to me by a constituent in Merrimack who is sick and tired of all of the political text messages on his phone that have not been requested. And so this bill attempts to try to put some guardrails on that. What it does is it restricts the sending of unsolicited advertisement text messages, including commercial ads and political campaign texts, unless the recipient has given prior express permission. It requires that unsolicited texts include a clear opt-out mechanism for recipients. It creates criminal penalties. There's a Class B felony in certain repeated violation scenarios, and civil penalties for violators or for violations. And it enables people harmed by violations to pursue civil actions. So if you look at the bill, there's some definitions, and even the definitions, I think that the definitions could be a little more narrow, specifically with unsolicited advertisements, because you've got established business relationships, and it just may be ambiguous. But then, what does it do? It, starting at line 14, going down through 23, those are the exclusions to this. So it's not all text messages. It's text messages that are unsolicited from a sender with an established business you can have, well, I'll just read it. Use any telephone, computer, or other device to send an unsolicited advertisement to another telephone. So we're not talking about email, we're talking about text messaging. Whether through automated message or text message, without first receiving permission from the intended recipient, unless the solicited advertisement is from a sender with an established business relationship with the recipient. The sender obtained the recipient's phone number through voluntary communication of such number within the context of such an established business relationship, or a directory, advertisement, or site on the internet to which the recipient voluntarily agreed to make available its number for public distribution. So then lines 24 onward are the requirements that a notice allowing the recipient to opt out of future advertisements must be there. The notice shall include a domestic contact telephone recipient number, because what we're seeing is that some of these text messages come from one phone number. It could even be out of the country, and then if you opt out, they just switch to another phone number. And it must be a cost-free mechanism for the recipient to opt out. And then on page 2, you've got the penalties. So nothing is going to be done unless there are penalties. And so these penalties call for a civil penalty of not less than $250 and not more than $2,000 per incident. If you go forward with this bill, there most likely needs to be an amendment to allow a provision for community alerts, public service messages, and non-commercial political outreach, because we could have unintended consequences with that. So I know this is a heavy lift, and there are federal regulations. This would just ensure that we have state-level regulations on this. I know I'm sick and tired of political text messages, just like everybody else. We're just looking for a way to contain them and curtail them. So basically, that's my testimony. I'll answer any questions.
Representative Herbert.
Oh.
You got to turn your mic on. You've done this before.
Not recently. Used to have restrictions, financial restrictions on advertising and political. But if, is there some technique whereby you could easily, like on your phone, because I get these things 50 a day.
Yeah.
That there would be a penalty. In
I-
other words, a
I-
financial penalty for doing it.
I don't know if there's a financial penalty, but I do know on a federal level, there's a federal opt-out mechanism that you can use.
Do not call us.
Do not call us, thank you. But what I was testifying to is sometimes they get around that. If you put your name on the do not call list, then they just put another number to call you on. I mean, this is their business. This is what they do. The other thing is, talking about prior consent for this, and I know you probably have this too, all of us, I get text messages from candidates that are states away. I've never even heard of them. But what they did is they bought a list. And without my permission now, they're using my personal phone, invading my resources, invading my time and my peace with their text messages.
Would it be out of line to go back to the penalty, financial penalty?
Okay, so the do not call list is for telephone, and the law was written back on landlines.
Yeah.
Okay. I would have to say personally, what I have noticed what's happening nowadays is that my phone will ring twice. I'm one of the few people left who still has a landline. Okay? And I'll see my phone ring twice, so I don't even bother, until it rings more than twice, because then that theoretically their computer then checks that I'm on the do not call list, so then they hang up. So that ends the so-called list. I would say that I was most successful is when I would get that person on the phone and they start talking away, and I said, let me understand. Now, what are you calling about, and who are you calling? Okay, so you know what time it is? And then, I said, I just want you to know I've got a notepad here. I've just wrote this down. I'm about to tell you to put me on your do not call list. So if you call again, I now have evidence that you called me before, and I'll tell you that has worked 100% of the time. Those people really do put me on the do not call list at that time. But that again, that is for landlines.
I was going to say.
Okay, so this bill,
Yeah.
this bill is going after texting.
Yes.
Okay, which is different than even the do not call on a cell phone. Okay, this is texting. The problem is that we don't have any other statute to base it on. We do know that on the do not call list, the exemption is for nonprofits and political candidates are exempted for the do not call list. So this bill then becomes that one more complicated if our goal is to get rid of political calls.
Right.
And yes, before we started my hearing, I deleted a Don Jr. Text message, and Vivek, what's his name, Vivek? Yeah, he seems to send me several times a day. Okay, but the key element with your cell phone, okay, is that you don't have to look at the message right away. You can then figure out your own time. You realize it's junk. Not only can you delete the message easily, but then you can block the number, which you can never have done with the old, do not call list. You can't block phone numbers. You don't have that feature. So the problem you're having with this particular situation with our cell phones is that you really do have tools already. I grant you that they're going to just call you back in another number.
Right.
Okay. So back in the end of October, first week in November, yes, my phone is blowing up
God, yeah.
constantly.
Yep.
Okay. But that I don't have to read the message. I don't have to pay any attention to it. And when I have the time for it, I can I can delete it, but I also can say block the number.
Right, and I understand what you're saying about you don't have to look at it right away, but it's still using your resources that you haven't allocated and you haven't allowed them to contact. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I mean, I'm not, even though I've got this bill here, I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but what I am saying is that we all recognize it's a problem and it's an issue. And I wish we could come up with a solution, some kind of a solution for this. I'm not sure what the answer is. I'm not sure this bill is the answer. I think it attempts to put parameters on it. But it's only going to get worse unless we do something. And we're all sick and tired of these text messages.
But you don't have to look at them or read them. You know, you can just get rid of them. I at one point in time, I had enough emails on a related political subject that I just typed in that bill number, and then I just selected them all
Yeah.
and hit delete.
Yeah. No, I hear
And
you.
you can do the same thing.
I hear that. Yeah.
Okay, Representative Spear.
While we can ask our phones to delete messages that we don't want, there is a case where this might be applicable, it seems to me. If you buy your phone on the internet or anywhere you buy it, but not from the carrier will not give you that feature. So if I were to buy a phone, I don't know, from Amazon, I guess, and my carrier is Verizon, the call blocking feature doesn't exist. It's
Kidding me.
blocked. I'm not, because I went through it. It's blocked. It might on your situation.
I bought one online recently, and I get
That's exactly
So
the
what
phone that
kind of
doesn't
phone?
work
What kind of
on
phone
mine.
do you have?
And I couldn't do it.
What kind of phone do you
Well, wait
have?
a minute. It may not be talking about exactly the same
I
thing.
got a Motorola Razr. I bought it from them directly, and
But we
then
may
I
not be
switched it
talking
to-
about the same feature.
Okay, maybe.
So in that
Okay.
case, I would like to have this.
I would believe that for your question.
Well, you should have supported that New Hampshire business that was selling the cell phones. Representative Perez.
Thank you, and thanks for taking my question. Just one thought, if you're going to skinny this down. The thing that really ticks me off is when, it says end, you can end it or block it, and they keep it. I'd say 75% of it, you get a message back that, yes, we're taking you off. Another 25, 30% don't.
Right.
And it would be great if somehow we could go after those people. And just as a public service here, I just looked up, and I didn't even know I had this on my iPhone. I can screen unknown senders and send them to a list that I can then just go look at and delete them all. So,
Yeah, maybe technology is gonna,
Yeah.
I mean, if enough people are ticked off
Yeah,
about this.
but I
you
didn't
know.
even know about that, so I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm gonna learn about that, but
Representative Sharif.
Yeah,
Oh,
so thank you
yes.
for the question. So before I ask the question, you not only can report, you not only can block it, you can also report it junk. So that way you go to the junk list. But my question is, are you intending to do only for the political text method or for businesses also?
businesses also, unless they have your permission, they shouldn't be cluttering up your life with their sales and things like that. If you opt in, like
Yeah,
like I get alerts from, not alerts, but I get text messages from Patagonia, That's a company, I gave them permission to send me text messages. But I don't want to hear about the ham that is on sale at Shaw's.
So follow up.
Further question.
So
Go ahead.
in that case, I mean, you have mentioned the sender who is sending, you're going to penalize that person. So are you going to penalize the person who is sending to you or the company from which the person works for, he's sending from on behalf of the company?
Well, if the company hires the company that sends the text messages, then it's,
The person sends a text message, but the person is working for the company and he's sending text message.
I would think it
related
would
to
be the
that
company that hires the company.
So you're going to
So if we're going to
penalize
go
the
with
company.
Shaw's, and I am not dissing Shaw's, it's a nice business. But if Shaw's hires somebody to send me text messages about
Shaw's.
ham that's on sale, then Shaw's would be responsible, not the company that they hire, I would think. That would be my understanding.
Okay.
I really don't even eat much ham, actually. I'm not even sure why.
So
It's like Easter is the only time.
Because you wrote down on line 4 on the next page that a person should be guilty. So a person or the person or the company who is hired the
Oh,
company.
I see what
So
you're saying.
you have to.
It should be the company, not the person.
So just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah. No, that's a good catch.
Yes.
Thank you for letting me ask a question. I'm not sure if anyone here is a constitutional scholar or understands case law. Maybe somebody that's really good with AI could look this up. But I don't know if this is considered protected speech. Is
Hey,
that
I have an
something
answer for that.
Oh, right.
All right, and I'm going to read this because I was anticipating that. Proponents can respond that the bill doesn't ban, so the objection is, you may argue that restricting unsolicited political text messages could infringe on free speech and political communication, especially during campaigns, by limiting how candidates and advocacy groups reach voters. The rebuttal to this is proponents can respond that the bill does not ban political speech outright. It only requires prior express consent for unsolicited advertising texts. Individuals remain free to send text to consenting recipients and to other communication channels, which are emails, social media, all that stuff. The goal is to balance free speech with individual privacy rights and avoiding intrusive, unwanted messages. So it's not a ban. It is, you must request my permission before. So you have the right to say whatever you want. I don't give you the right to have to listen to you. I mean, I'm not talking about you personally, but, you know.
Thank you.
I find nowadays, every time I go on to in the internet, and I don't like to buy anything off my phone. It's because it's castrated, anyways. But
That was the other bill.
Yeah, right. That, but I'll go online, and the first thing I'm going to do is pop up and say, "We'll give you a 10% discount.
Yes.
Give us your phone number."
Exactly. Yeah, which is a
Okay.
pain in the neck.
Right.
Yeah.
And then how are you going to retrieve it? We got that bill. We had that bill earlier. How do I get that phone number back and say, "No,
Yeah.
I didn't want it."
Well, and you can use stop, and those are typically companies, and they don't sort of
Find
have a
upstanding
workaround.
companies, right?
Yeah, it's really the political guys that have the workaround.
Going after politicians.
I am going after politicians because they bug the heck out of me.
Politics and business.
Okay, you haven't had a question yet. So. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks for taking my question.
yeah.
My question is, do you think that by implementing this, first of all, it's very difficult to implement.
Yeah, I know.
Do you think that the cost per lead for the companies will go up and the product price and everything will go up because now they are not going to reach the prospective customers because they have a little bit less expensive option. So now they have to go a higher person. They have to go some different ways to reach the customers.
Yeah.
So that is going to basically, we will bear the cost. The cost of all the products will go up if we stop this. Ultimately, we are the one who is going to lose down the line.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that because there are many other ways to reach customers. You can send email, you can send US mail, you can use social media. I mean, the world is evolving, right? So TikTok is a way to market as well. So companies would just have to figure out another avenue to advertise. But what you're saying essentially is if companies don't have access to our psyche to sell to us, then we have to pay a higher price, you know? And I'm saying that unless I'm interested in the product, they shouldn't interfere with my resources and my peace of mind. So I hear what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. Can I ask follow-up?
Okay.
Oh, he's got a follow-up.
Further question may inquire.
Thank you. So my question is basically, right now, the way in which we have the system in place, we have enough ways to protect it because I get so many texts and everything. And if I protect it and still my time will be saved, it's not costing a lot of money to anyone. So why go with the expensive solution rather than basically use the existing tools?
Because it's the nuisance ones that I'm really concerned about. The ones where if you say stop, then they send it to another number to get around it. You know, it's mostly, and again, we're mostly talking about the political ones. So it's the nuisance ones. Yeah, there's a lot of companies, if you say stop, they send you back a message that said, okay, you've been unsubscribed. So there is a mechanism, but it's not for all of them.
Okay, Representative Ammon and then Representative
I
Treese.
just have a quick, would you believe? So, would you believe? I got a new phone and I've been getting a lot of these messages. And during our conversation here, I downloaded an app called Call and SMS Blocker, and I installed it quickly. And it amazingly, it cleared out all my spam text messages. So I'm looking forward to using this and not having the problem that we're talking about.
What was the name of that?
We will have it in the blurb, in the committee report.
SMS blockers.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, we'll get you on the committee report.
and technology is advancing on a daily basis, and that's great. But I mean, I didn't know about that. Looks like Representative Burrows didn't know about that either. You know, I mean, but they're going to figure out a way to get around that app at some point. And what information did you have to submit to get that app? Did you have to submit your phone call? I mean, your phone number? Okay. But they're going to figure out a way. You know, it's whack-a-mole. It's whack-a-mole. And and I get it. It's a pain in the neck. I'm not sure what the solution is, but we just all need to acknowledge it's a frickin' pain in the neck.
Representative Sharice has another question.
So, would you believe that two things you said? One is that, if it is not from consent, then only you have the objection to it. So now they have to maintain your consent in written form or something.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I mean, you can always contest, I didn't consent to it. So that will be very difficult to maintain and keep track of and to implement. The second thing, you also mentioned that, some people, when you respond, block me, they don't send you anymore.
Mhm.
But there are companies where they change the phone number and
Yeah.
send you around. So it's very evasive. The phone numbers, they keep changing. So how do you even catch them? Because they keep changing the numbers. So my point, would you believe that the implementation of this is going to be very, very difficult because you can't even find out who the culprit is?
So I'll address your second part first. And that's if they have a workaround, how do you figure it out? Well, and I'm going to use Patagonia, not Shaw's. So if Patagonia sends me text messages and I find them bothersome and I say stop and they use another number, well, then they're in violation. And that's what the penalties are for. It's to institute some sort of violation so that it stops this.
But you won't know whether it is the Patagonia that sent you again or somebody else sent you from that other number.
But it would be from the company. So the company would be responsible. And I'm sorry, what was the first part of your question?
The first question is that you are accepted that if somebody has got your consent, then it's
Yeah.
okay for it to send you. Then how do they maintain your consents? Like, do they have written copies of consent? Because you can always dispute. Somebody can always dispute later down the line. Oh, I didn't consent to it, but you're still sending me.
Right. So usually you answer a text that says, I want a 10% coupon, and you give them permission. That's the consent.
But that needs to be maintained for a period of time because you can file lawsuit after 3 months or 4 months or a year that, hey, this company sent me without my consent. So they have to maintain your consent in some database or form or something.
Well,
for a
don't they
long
do
time.
that? I'm sorry. Don't they do that already? I mean, they have to maintain a list.
But they're not maintaining consent that you
So
consented.
further
That's it.
question?
The
Yeah.
message that they have to, if this has to
No,
be
I-
implemented, then they have to keep the message, the written message that you consented to them. Otherwise, you can always file a lawsuit, right?
Obviously, they don't care.
Yeah. So
They
it's,
don't care. No, they're not going to keep a message.
yeah. So
You
my
think
question
if
is
it-
very difficult to.
You
my
think when
question
you
is-
tell them to put me on your do not call list, they really care?
Yeah.
No, so that's the point I was trying to say, that it's very difficult to implement. What do you believe?
Yes.
Yeah.
I do believe that
But it
it's
doesn't mean we
absolutely
can't
useless to
try
try to
something.
regulate this. I do believe what she said, right? This is a very heavy lift.
Yes, it is. And I acknowledge that. It's a very
Okay.
heavy lift.
Representative Burrows.
This is quick. Gmail came up with an ingenious thing. We all have a promotions part of it, of Gmail, where all the junk mail goes and you can just delete it with one click. So,
Yep.
that might be something we could do.
Yeah. I mean, I fully admit I don't have the definitive answer for this, but what I am suggesting is that we maybe set up maybe set up a subcommittee and just brainstorm ways, especially because we're heading into a political season that's going to be nuts.
Buckle your seatbelt.
Yes. And our phones are going to be inundated.
It's only for text, not email, correct?
I'm only talking about text right now.
Right.
Emails next time. No, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
But I have to say, I can get rid of text easier than anything else. But in both cases, I set the time to sit down
Yeah.
to delete it.
But you're still using your private time. You know?
At the end of the day, I have only myself to blame that I have the oldest email address there is, my Prodigy account. Okay, it's even older than AOL. So there's no doubt that if I just changed my email address, I could radically reduce the amount of emails I get because.
Today, tomorrow, it's going to be
But-
filled up again.
But when it comes to for texting,
Yeah.
okay, it comes to the texting. I have to say it is incredibly easy to delete in my mind. So it's as much as I hear you. Let's do something about it. The enforcement capabilities and is extremely problematic.
Yeah,
and,
no, I get it. I get it.
You know.
The other thing is especially with political text messages, companies make money selling our phone numbers to candidates.
There is no doubt in my mind
Yeah.
that the Republican Party has given my
Yeah.
cell phone number, and that's why Don Jr. keeps sending me something.
Yeah,
every
exactly.
day.
Exactly. So I just, you know, to make me feel good, I just want an acknowledgement that this is a pain in the neck.
We'll give you that.
All right. All right. My work here is done.
Always a pleasure to see you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, having no other cards, I will close the public hearing.
3 minutes.
Okay. Safe drive. Oh, yeah, right. Just make sure you get good surgery and the choices that in terms of, because you're going to get rid of your glasses, right? The cataract. I know, but because my wife, she still needs glasses sometimes when the light is dim or something. Yeah, yeah. So. Okay.
Everybody in my family is I was just messing around. Done the surgery. Those are great. Everybody I know.
Yeah. This is Belcher. Yeah. He's the lead.
Gosh, look at all this stuff. I would forget where I put
Yeah, it's just like, it's trying to connect to a server. That's what I was working on last.
Don't forget, before there was, the prices are going up.
World
We
Time
got-
says 229.
What?
Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 1606 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Belcher. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for having me. I have brought this bill as a part of my trio of bills I have brought this year, dealing with some very significant and very real threats that are being faced both by the country and by the state of New Hampshire. Now, this particular one is looking at, in particular, the People's Republic of China and their control over real property in the state. Now, I have provided the whole committee with very substantial written testimony via email. I hope you've all received that. It's also very, very highly cited, and I would encourage you to look through that because there is a lot to see. I'm not going to go through that whole thing right now. That's too much to go through before you guys right this moment. You're very welcome. So what I will do, however, is I will say that we need to understand that the People's Republic of China in particular has been acting on a plan for at least decades, waging asymmetric warfare on the United States of America. This warfare is not waged in a traditional sense, a traditional kinetic sense. It's waged in what they refer to as unrestricted warfare. In other words, it's a method of warfare designed to weaponize every single domain of life in order to cause the defeat of a power that they, in their own documents, admitted is stronger militarily and financially. It's a way to defeat America without drawing a traditional kinetic military response that would put us in a kinetic war with them. The trouble is, if we take no action as they continue to roll out this strategy, which is, again, in all domains, it's in the cyber domain, it's in the financial domain, the opium war domain with the importation of fentanyl. It is in literally every domain you can imagine. If we do not take action and we play this iterated game out to the end without taking action, we will lose. We have to take some action. And I don't have to convince, I don't think, this committee or this House that we need to take some action, because we actually did take some action. Last year, in the budget, we passed something, and that something was good. It was a start, but it didn't go quite far enough when it comes to property ownership by PRC nationals. So let me just describe to you what this bill does that was not specifically accomplished in what we already passed last year. First, the definition of PRC national here is far broader. The unfortunate reality is that we have to consider every non-US citizen PRC national as an asset of the Communist government of China. And that's just a reality, because under the 2017 national security law in China, every Chinese national is required to participate in military and intelligence operations against their enemy whenever they are called upon to do so. And that includes every PRC national in this country. We've seen that repeatedly play out, especially look recently at colleges and universities in Michigan, where they have been caught over and over again trying to import biohazardous agricultural warfare agents, agents that would be capable of wiping out our wheat crop and other things. So other things this bill does that we did not accomplish previously. The facilitation clause. Not only is it unlawful for a PRC national to gain a controlling interest in real property, nobody may facilitate that. So that broadens it out just a little bit. Further items it does. Civil penalties. It applies a financial civil penalty to any property that is violated under this provision. Another one, forfeiture actions. We took some forfeiture action in the last bill, but it wasn't, unfortunately, tailored to the circumstances we face, because it requires a criminal conviction before you can begin forfeiture actions. And when we're dealing with a state actor, look at what we've seen recently in Maine, with the network of literally hundreds of illicit marijuana grows that have been discovered all over the state, especially in rural areas. There has been games played where whenever law enforcement has tried to go after these properties, they have transferred ownership or fled the state or the country. We need the power to initiate civil forfeiture proceedings on these non-citizen-owned properties before there is a criminal conviction. So simultaneously bringing both those things at once, so they don't have the time to play those games. Moving on. It also creates specific incentive structures that help facilitate the law, preventing them from gaining real property interest and therefore using those real properties to wage warfare on us. One way it does that is by incentivizing local districts, local towns, cities, by sharing the split of some of the proceeds that come in from penalties or forfeiture actions with local governments. This takes away some of the contentiousness, I think, that could exist under such a program by incentivizing them to be a part of this process. And one other big incentive, we never would have known, I don't think, about these properties in Maine, hundreds of them, all over Maine, where it's not just marijuana growing, by the way, it's also human trafficking, it's also been linked to murders. It's been linked to, I think, roughly $4.5 billion estimated proceeds every year that we don't know where a lot of that money is going, but the party has a big history of trying to use that money to buy influence. We can't have that. We wouldn't have known about all this if it wasn't for an upstart investigative journalism undertaking. It wasn't the feds, it wasn't the state of Maine, it was journalists who uncovered this through investigative journalism and blew the lid wide open. As far as I know, we don't have anyone looking into whether there is a similar circumstance happening in this state. So we incentivize that with a bounty provision in this bill. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Dick, you haven't asked a question yet today, so you can be the first.
So let's start with your premise. I agree with it. I understand that we are in a non-kinetic intergenerational war. Anyone who's sent their son or daughter to an independent school in the last 25 or 30 years knows this. So I understand the reason. However, where if you are in this country, what we are built on is the premise of you are responsible for your actions as an individual. It's not what their premise is. They act as a unit. Be good, could be bad, but that's who we are. And so what you have done here, if this passes, becomes law, in my opinion, and you tell me why I'm wrong about this, is you have essentially convicted a group of people by race and ethnicity of a crime they haven't committed yet but might commit. And before I give you the floor back, your reasoning is sound, and it has been proven historically to work. Virtually everything that you have put in your bill is also in the Nuremberg laws disenfranchising Jews in Germany, including the incentive to the municipalities to take their property and split the difference with the party. So explain to me why this is going to be good this time.
Well, the first thing I think I can say is this bill does not refer to ethnicity, nor does it refer to race. It refers to nationality. Nationality is a whole different thing that falls under your allegiance or due allegiance to a particular political entity, which in this place is the Chinese Communist Party. Nothing to do with race, nothing to do with ethnicity, which is why, if you notice, actually, it carves out American citizens. We can't do anything like that with American citizens. They are citizens. They owe our political entity allegiance.
Follow up.
Make sure it's a question.
Yeah, the question is, if I understand, my understanding is that if I am a Chinese citizen, I'm subject to these 2017 laws, regardless of whether I'm a party member or not. And if I'm a Chinese citizen and I become an American citizen, from the Chinese perspective, I still have Chinese citizenship, and I still have a responsibility back to that country. Is that wrong?
It's not exactly wrong, but it's incomplete. It's incomplete because once somebody has U.S. citizenship, they do, in fact, owe allegiance to this country, and they qualify for the full suite of normal protections that we would offer any citizen. And if a citizen is coordinating with a foreign government to take our government down, they ought to be prosecuted under normal criminal laws, treason, sedition, insurrection, any of the above, and not dealt with as a foreign hostile power that is attacking us.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you. I reiterate my next door neighbor's comments. I don't see how this, any possibly way this could be constitutional. Please tell me how we can forfeit somebody could forfeit a property just because they happen to be Chinese or not a U.S. citizen. I don't understand that. We can't do that. Our Constitution is very direct on that. You're finding them guilty. You're passing a sentence on them because if they already own the property, you're going to make them forfeit it, and they haven't been found guilty. It's just an absolute presumption of guilt across an entire class of people. I don't get it.
Well,
Would you believe?
First, I would have to correct you that again, this is not applying to Chinese persons. It is applying to PRC nationals. It has nothing to do with ethnicity, first of all. There are plenty of Chinese people in this country who have American citizenship. For second, this isn't unconstitutional. There's actually constitutional Supreme Court history on this kind of issue, where it is actually in national security interests within reason to take property that is being used against your nation from a warring nation.
Just a follow-up question. But you got to prove that first. You got to prove that first in a court of law before you can do it. Here, you're not doing that. It's a presumption of guilt just because they happen to be a Chinese citizen. And it's just, there's plenty of other bad people around. And some of them are U.S. citizens. You can't just go break the law like this. And this is absolute breaking of the law. It sounds to me like some sort of
Is there a
paranoia.
question here?
Pardon?
Is there a question?
Yes, there's a question. How do you explain that?
I would explain it in that you're talking about a form of warfare. You're not talking about American civil law applying to U.S. citizens. And I don't know what court you go to, a soldier has to go to before returning fire when they're under fire.
But follow-up question,
You're
very quickly.
no, but
You
you
gotta
haven't
de-
really asked a question. You're doing would you believes, and you know.
Don't you think you should declare war before you do that? If you say it's warfare, declare war.
It only takes one party to declare war, and the Chinese Communist Party declared war on us in 1999.
I thought they did it in 1949 under Mao Zedong.
Different
Rather than a spear.
circumstance.
Thank you. The bill is very broad. And we have had a lot of testimony about this kind of a subject. And if you go through this bill, are you wanting to ban and force owners of Chinese restaurants who have been in here a number of generations but have only gotten green cards, but have been here, including my favorite, and force them to leave to sell their business and leave? One. Two, what on earth are you going to do about Syngenta? Syngenta, the agricultural outfit that we've heard from repeatedly about that they supply all of the seeds for our farmers.
The
Several
Monsanto
levels
competitor.
above them, they're owned by China, a Chinese company. Are we going to kick them out? I mean, is that what you're planning?
So this, as I said, this has carve-outs within the bill. So it
Nothing
doesn't,
like this.
it's not designed to kick out Chinese restaurant owners. When it comes to a major manufacturer of, is it seeds you said?
Syngenta.
Syngenta. I don't know what their presence looks like in the state, but if they are in fact Chinese national owned and not American citizen owned, they would have to divest whatever portion is in the ownership of them if they have a physical presence in the state.
Well, it's like TikTok in terms of it's an ownership connection.
Okay, I just don't know what their presence in the state is like.
Ownership. I mean, they're invest. I mean, let's face it, Chinese, they didn't necessarily take all their dollars after they sell all their toys to us. They take their money and invest it in the United States in T-bills.
Has to do with just real property.
Well, at the
that's
end
in
of the
this bill.
day, you're tracing back the person who's the one who's the ownership of that, and you can say you've got to be a U.S. citizen, even though maybe they used to be, you know, People's Republic citizen, but now they're a U.S. citizen. All of a sudden, they're okay. Just because they got the citizenship, they're okay?
Under our system of government, they would have to be
Yeah, but-
treated very differently.
Under our system?
Under our system of government, they would have to be treated very differently if they were a citizen. There can't be a presumption of hostile
A
intent there.
dual citizenship.
It doesn't matter if there's dual citizenship as long as they have U.S. citizenship.
Right, exactly. They're exempt. You say you can be, what I'm saying is, just getting that U.S. citizenship is like you're getting out a jail card for anybody who is one of these nationals.
Well,
So if these Chinese are as smart as everybody says they are in terms of sneakiness, wouldn't you think that they would do that? Wouldn't you think that they would just implant their nationals and just get them to get U.S. citizenship?
Well, sure.
So they would run under the radar?
Sure, absolutely. That might be a strategy to be undertaken. There's a lot of effort involved in that. But the fact is, we can't preside a presumption of hostile intent like we possibly can do to a foreign national to a U.S. citizen. That would be abominable. We would have to treat them under U.S. law if they were breaking the law and apply existing law to them.
Representative Sullivan.
My understanding of the Constitution is that due process applies to all humans within our borders. It's not just an American citizen's privilege. So how do you sort of square that? Because it does sound like we are not even giving them a process to prove that they're innocent. We're just assuming they're guilty. You can't participate in something.
There is some truth to that, but due process doesn't necessarily look exactly the same under every circumstance for non-citizens. For instance, an illegal alien in this country is not due a trial before they are deported. Likewise, a PRC property.
That's not true. That actually isn't true. They're supposed to see a court to prove that, because otherwise your name could be sitting on some list somewhere and you get
I
deported.
wasn't actually finished answering the
Oh,
question, if
sorry.
you wouldn't mind. Thank you. So they're not necessarily all due the exact same due process, and there isn't necessarily the same level of right to property ownership for a foreign national as there is for a U.S. citizen.
Follow up.
Further question, being
One
called?
more and then I'll be done. So the due process, back to the due process idea. Due process is a right to all people because it's hard to distinguish without some sort of process to prove that somebody's either guilty or innocent or an American citizen even, right? So my question is it okay to just start with a presumption of guilt in order to make a decision? That seems like we're just starting there. There's not even going to be a process to prove that this person was dangerous. I mean, that to me seems like a dangerous thing that puts everyone in this room at risk as well, because we can just say, oh, well, we found the exception to providing a proper process to prove that somebody has actually done something or is in the process of doing something illegal.
Sure. So I would apply two things to that are both very applicable to it. The first being, this body, this house, this state has already put on the books a prohibition on property ownership by PRC nationals. Going forward, the only difference here is the requirement for divestment. So if there's a right to property ownership in due process, then you would think we would already be in violation of that. But actually, many other states have done it, and they've been upheld in the courts. So I don't think that argument particularly holds water. And there was another point, but I forget what it was. Apologies.
Okay, Representative Streets.
Thank you for taking a question. My question is, when you use the term PRC nationals, or for that matter for nationals from any other country, you understand that they first come here on some form of visa. It can be work visa, it can be education visa, whatever. Then the next stage is when they get permanent residency, which is also called green card, and then they get citizenship. So when they get green card or when they get permanent residency, there is a vetting process, the extensive process done before they are awarded green card, in which they can stay for multiple number of years. In your bill, you're excluding only the U.S. citizens. So you don't plan to exclude the green card holders, or also called permanent residents, because they're also vetted. I'm just going with your concern. If your concern is valid, but then are you planning to apply only to the Chinese nationals who are on visa, or who are also permanent residents? Because if they are permanent residents, they still hold the passport of China. Just let you know.
Yes, it was citizens for a reason. My primary concern in this bill is the security of the state and the country, not the possible future citizenship of any Chinese citizen in this country. That's not my foremost concern.
Just a quick follow-up. So you do understand that so you are excluding even the permanent residents of
Yes,
the United
he
States?
made it clear.
Correct.
Yes, he did make that clear.
Even if they go through the extensive vetting process before they become permanent resident, and they are eligible to do everything in this country except vote. You do understand that?
Correct. Now, if that winds up being the sticking provision for this committee and you wanted to amend that out, I suppose that's okay. But I did what I did for a reason in this.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, you didn't answer my question before. What about my favorite Chinese restaurant? Are we kicking them out or we're not kicking them out with this bill?
I suppose that would depend on whether they hold a citizenship or whether they're simply here on a visa.
They're green cards.
Okay. And whether they have ownership and direct control over property.
Yes, they
or
do.
Whether that's through somebody else.
And they have for several generations.
Okay. Well,
Then we're going to kick them out. Is that what we're saying?
we have
No,
several,
they're going to
several,
take his property.
we have several
They're
generations
going to take his
of
walk away
green
from him.
card holders.
The other part of this is you have a bounty thing. I
Yes.
guess you called it that.
Uh-huh.
There's an award for somebody turning in someone else.
Yes.
So I could literally go around and start harassing people by threatening to turn them in for something that they may or may not have done. That's what we're doing here.
That would be entirely illegal. Harassment is illegal. That's actually a
You have
crime
no
against
provisions
that.
to make this illegal.
You don't have to put another harassment crime on the books. It's already there.
It's not defined as harassment, though. The problem
Yeah.
is that you're saying this is perfectly legal. They can do that. They can go and who's calling it harassment?
You did.
I'm turning them in.
Not sure I understand. You called it
Okay,
harassment. That's
this
illegal.
is getting into a debate. All right. So,
All right.
but we got it clear that yes, if you only a U.S. citizen, Chinese national who's a U.S. citizen, if they have a green card, if they came here as a student, or what any other reasons other than that they've gotten their U.S. citizenship, they cannot own any property in the United States.
Real property.
And worst of it all, for that, yes, they could lose everything they have, their home, their house, their business. They could lose it all if they don't go out and get that U.S. citizenship when we pass this legislation,
Even if they are permanent residents.
right?
Yes.
That was, yes, okay. He's back. Representative.
I had a bill to be introduced, but they're behind, and that's okay. Thank you for the testimony. I just wanted to ask your opinion about, there's been a move to get away from civil asset forfeiture in New Hampshire for quite a long time now. How does your bill with the asset forfeiture piece, how does that jive with the general direction that we've been trying to move in New Hampshire, getting away from?
Sure.
asset
I would be entirely against it if it was directed at a U.S. citizen because there's greater protections in place for that. But given the circumstances we're dealing with here, and we're not dealing with U.S. citizens, we're dealing with foreign nationals, I think it's a whole different ballgame.
Great.
Thank
you
you.
very much. Okay, Bob.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Quinn. I'm the CEO of the New Hampshire Association of Realtors, and I'll keep my comments brief. Similar to last year's bill, Senate Bill 162, having to do with foreign principals purchasing or leasing real property. We also have some objections to this bill as well. Our objections are not based upon the underlying policy provisions dealing with national security, but rather the practical and legal consequences of the bill on real estate licensees and sellers of real property. Under the bill, a new RSA 47722J having to do with civil penalties. It's on page 2, line 21. The statute provides that a violation constitutes a Class A misdemeanor when committed by a licensed real estate agent who knowingly facilitates or participates in a transaction that violates the law. So we can get into a discussion about what knowingly facilitates and participates means. And while certainly it opens up doors for criminal prosecutions against a licensee, a potentially greater liability for many licensees is going to be civil liability. A buyer or a seller of property could very easily bring up action against an agent for failure to inform them of this provision in the law. And that could place the real estate agent in a really an untenable position. To protect themselves, the realtor may need, and some brokerages may decide, to require certain disclosures of every single buyer or seller to ensure that they're not a Chinese national. We, as the state association, would have to probably decide whether or not some sort of notice would go on our purchase and sale document, asking every single individual whether or not they are. That potentially puts us in direct violation of both state and federal fair housing laws, which both very specifically said that we're prohibited from discrimination based upon national origin. There are a couple of different issues and problems that we have with that provision. We worked with this committee, chairman, the prime sponsor of Senate Bill 162 last year, many of the same concerns. We worked through those concerns, and I think that the bill that finally passed through HB2 was a much better bill because of it, and eliminated almost all of the liability on absolutely,
Representative Walsh, who sponsored the amendment.
It was a team effort. And I'll also just point to that in the fiscal note to this bill on the Justice Department, writes that they anticipate a significant increase in its investigative, litigation, enforcement, forfeiture, administration, and property management responsibilities. And they're asking for some additional dollars to do that. So suddenly now real estate transactions, there's going to be folks out there who are investigating these to make sure that everyone participates, everyone has ensured that there was no Chinese national. Again, liability is going to be a significant increase under this law for everybody. Real estate, I assure you, realtors, real estate licensees, they want to do what's right. They are as committed to national security as everybody else. But you're putting people in very severe and serious liability concerns if this were to pass. Happy to take any questions if you have any.
I think everybody gets it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, having no more cards, anybody else would like to testify on this issue? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And we got through it.
Next week, Wednesday, Thursday.
Was it one?